Morena koutou and welcome to today's council meeting. Firstly, councillors, I'd just like to acknowledge the passing of Michael Lovett after a very short battle with cancer. Michael was very involved in the Three Waters in local government. He worked for the Department of Internal Affairs and someone that many of the chief executives and some of us had close relationships as we were doing that. So it was quite a shock. So I just wanted to acknowledge that he was a very, very good man. Right, I'll open us with our council prayer. We come to you today asking for your guidance, wisdom and support as we begin this meeting. Fill us with your grace, Lord, and help us to remember that the decisions we make affect the real lives of your people. May we be ever respectful and treat our world as good stewards of your great gifts. As members of the governing body of our district, the Tararua District, please guide us to consider the most equitable solution to our problems, care for our valued employees, and be responsible, open and transparent with the financial resources entrusted to us by your people. May God continue to bless us all. Amen. Councillors, we have no apologies and welcome Councillor Franklin online. There is nobody here for public forum. Right, notification of items not on the agenda. I do have one, councillors. The following late items of business were notified for consideration in the public excluded session of this meeting. The Executive Search Service Evaluation, approval of the loan agreement, repayment and re-advance of Pukaha Mount Bruce Board loan to Tumaira Investments Limited Partnership. The reasons these items were not listed on the agenda were due to delays in the return of the evaluation forms for the Executive Search Service and the time required to finalise the loan documentation. Consideration of these items cannot be delayed into a subsequent meeting because the Executive Search Service evaluation, the need to start the recruitment process for a new Chief Executive as soon as possible, and the approval of the loan agreement, conditions of the sale and purchase agreement require finalising by the 30th of July 2025. So the proposed resolution is that the following items be accepted as late items for consideration: the Executive Search Service evaluation, approval of the loan agreement, repayment and re-advance of Pukaha Mount Bruce loan to Tumaira Investments Limited Partnership. Can I have somebody move that, please? Moved Councillor Peti-Weber, seconded Councillor Chase. Yes, Councillor Gilmore.
Yeah, thanks very much, Your Worship. Can I request for a start that the two papers that have been brought be voted on separately, if that's okay? So there's two items. I am concerned. I know I need to be careful what I say because I don't want to refer to anything that's in public excluded. But I am concerned that the Pukaha loan agreement will be discussed in public excluded. It's a matter of high public interest, particularly when the original loan agreement with Pukaha was discussed in open session. So I do have some concerns about that with trust and accountability. My preference would be that would be discussed in open session. So I just wanted to make that clear.
Thank you, Councillor Gilmore. Just for note, those items would always be voted on separately, so that's just standard procedure. My understanding, and the Chief Executive may wish to comment on that, there are some commercial sensitivities at the request of Tumaira, and then the item will be taken into public. What discussion, I guess, is up to us in there, so we'll try and be as transparent as we can, but we do also have to be respectful to the commercial sensitivities with Tumaira. So is there anything further for that? Okay, but certainly understand those high public interest of the item. Okay, so councillors Peti-Weber and Councillor Chase, happy to move in second. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you, Councillor. So you're voting against the motion to have those items on the agenda? We'll just do that, David.
Sorry, I'm going to use my mic. I back what Scott was so. We're getting a bit confused here.
Okay, the motion on the table is that the following items be accepted as late items for consideration: the Executive Search Service evaluation and the approval of the loan agreement, repayment and re-advance of Pukaha Mount Bruce loan to Tūmara Investments Limited Partnership. So that's the motion that's there, Ellie.
And just to remind councillors that for any item to go into public excluded, there is a separate resolution that must be carried for those items to go in public excluded. What is before you at the moment is just a decision to take these as late items of business. I hope that helps clarify.
Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much. I appreciate the procedural advice, Ali. My understanding is accepting that as a late item. The papers that we've been given for the late item are clearly marked as confidential, so they would have to be in closed session. So I suppose that's my point now of a publicly excluded item. I will not vote to support that being added as an item of business because it can only be dealt with in public excluded. So that's why I'm voting against now. But I'd appreciate any advice.
There is the opportunity, once consideration has been given to those items, and noting the documentation you've been provided is commercially sensitive, so it cannot be on the open business, but any decisions made can be brought into open session and put on the open minutes of this meeting for transparency to the public. But the documentation must be kept in public excluded session.
So we've got a mover and a seconder. Can I just have that again? So all those in favour, please say aye. Against? Okay. So we'll record Councillor Gilmore and Councillor Wallace as against receiving those items notified not on the agenda. Okay. So we'll just record that, and yours is the same, not the chief executive item, just the...
Correct, Mayor Tracy.
Yeah, okay. Just against the approval of the loan agreement being discussed. Thank you. Right, okay. Thank you, councillors. Declarations of conflicts of interest in relation to today's meeting? There are none. Confirmation of the minutes. Can I have somebody move, please, that the minutes of the council meeting on the 25th of June is circulated, the extraordinary council meeting on the 9th of July is circulated, and the extraordinary council meeting on the 22nd of July is circulated, be confirmed as true and correct record of the meeting. Moved by Councillor Sutherland, seconded by Councillor Wallace. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. We'll just go through those minutes. The Tararua District Council meeting 25th of June, page 5, page 6, page 7, page 8, page 9, page 10, page 11, page 12, page 13, page 14, page 15, page 16, page 17, page 18, page 19, page 20 and 21. The extraordinary meeting on Wednesday the 9th of July, page 23, page 24, page 25, page 26, page 27, page 28, page 29, page 30, page 31 and page 32. And the extraordinary meeting on the 22nd of July, page 33 and page 34. Thank you, councillors. Now take the minutes of the community boards and community committees together as one. So that's moving the minutes of Positively Woodville, Explore Pahiatua, Eketahuna Community Board and the Dennyburg Community Board. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Gilmore, seconded by Councillor Johns. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Right, Positively Woodville minutes, page 35, page 36, page 37, page 38, 39 and 40. And again, the meeting on the 1st of July for Positively Woodville, page 41, page 42, page 43, page 44, page 45, and page 46. Thank you. Explore Pahia Tour, page 47 and page 48 and page 49. I think there was one note that I wanted to make that we don't, just around the appointment, but I'll just have a look for that. Page 49 and 50, page 51, page 52, and page 53 and 54. The Ikitahona Community Board, page 55, page 56, 57, 58, 59, and page 60. The Dennyburg Community Board, page 61, page 62, page 63, page 64, 65, 66, 67, 6. Councillor Johns.
Buchenwald as being a prison of war camp. It was actually a concentration camp, not a prison of war camp.
Thanks, Councillor Johns. Page 67 and 68. Right, that brings us through those. Right, moving on to reports. We just welcome Angela through for item 9.1, the deliberations on matters during the proposed freedom camping bylaw.
Good morning, Mayor and councillors and officers. Tracy, did you have any way you wanted to approach this?
Sorry, now I'd gone through and I have highlighted each of the recommendations because I would like to go and give councillors the opportunity to address each of those, if that's okay. So if you want to introduce the report and then we'll just one by one so everyone can, there are certain items that I'm sure people do wish to make some views on. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I thought we would do that as well, so that we can get through it fairly quickly because you've got a big agenda. So I'll take the report as read. The report is broken down into the sections 6, 7 and 8 that relate to the recommendation 1.3 on page 1 and sections 9 and 10 that relate to the recommendation 1.4 on page 1. So I wondered if we just go straight into each of the recommendations under section 6 that talks about the enforcement, Herbertville and Arkatua, which were particular items of interest during the hearings discussion. So yeah, if we could just make our way through each one of those, if there are questions or comments.
Thanks, Angela. Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Mayor Tracy. Thanks for your work on this, Angela. Just a question there. In a number of the recommendations, it talks about a CRM review, and you've alluded to that now. My question really is, we are deliberating on enacting rules and a bylaw, but it appears that we may not have as much information as we need to make the decision. So certainly appreciate and think that that's very good practice to be reviewing the CRMs. I wonder if perhaps that should have happened prior to us deliberating, and just concerned about what the implications may be, whether something different may come to light throughout that review that we weren't expecting, and that could stifle the process of adoption. So I just wanted your thoughts on that, please.
Okay, so to clarify, we did definitely look at CRMs in the research phase, which gave us some information to go out to engagement with and thinking about what the problems were that we were having. What we're thinking is needed as this comes into force and until it is reviewed again, that we look at what the CRMs are telling us. Maybe there's some different sorts of codes, or that we can be very specific about freedom camping and that they align to the rules that we've applied to the bylaw. So that when we go to start a review in 3 or 4 years' time, it's really specific about freedom camping and the specific locations that we've named in the restrictions and prohibitions.
Angela, as part of that review, and I guess when I was thinking about some of the most challenging times, and especially if I think over the Christmas break, we've got staff shutdowns here. As part of that review, we'll look at what are our processes if things go wrong during that period, where we can get quite a large number and inundated. So, yeah, I guess for that review, I wouldn't want it to be so long that actually people were frustrated by the time they got to the end of that. So that's where I was, when I read that, I was just wanting for a little bit of reassurance on that so that we've got some enforcement measures in place.
Okay, so when I say we're going to review the CRMs, it'll be very quickly after adoption, if that's where we get to in August, so that they reflect what the rules of the bylaw are. These rules next summer, this is the first time they'll be in place, and so building the data over successive summers is going to give us some good information. So I want something in place quickly that gives us the foundation for the data we need to collect, and then we're going to be able to see what it tells us over time, whether we need to change the rules or whether they're really working. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Johns, and Councillor Wards, and Councillor Peter-Weber.
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. Yep, no, thanks, Angela. Referring to Akatio here, and possibly Herbertville as well, I can see an issue where it's probably in that Christmas New Year period where the problems lie. And if we're only allowing a 5-day maximum stay, is that going to create difficulties in terms of who polices that?
That's where the CRMs come in. If somebody calls into customer services and says this freedom camp has been here for 6 days, and I know your bylaw says that they can only stay for 5, that's when Jim's team comes along and says, hey, did you know that we had a bylaw, could you please move on? At Herbertville, there are no freedom camping sites. What has been used for freedom camping in the past is actually private land, and so it is for those landowners to address people staying on their land.
It's a suck it and see, really. And as you say, we may well end up changing the bylaw.
I guess anything can change. It depends what people's travelling and visitor behaviour is over the next 5 years. That could change for some reason. We as a council might choose to do different things to attract them or detract them or whatever. So in regard to the 5-night maximum, that was a mid-place between what the stakeholders during engagement told us, and also as a midpoint between where other councils have their limits and at different places. And in engagement, people were wanting a fair enough amount of time to have a holiday, so not 3 nights, but then others were saying, well, if someone's here for 7 nights and there's limited spaces, when do we get our turn? So we were thinking that 5 nights is the happy medium.
Thanks, Councillor Johns. Councillor Wards.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks, Angela. I hear what you're saying, but if you look at item number 6.4.4, a phone call to Jim's team isn't going to be budgeted for or funded. So, you know, I'm sitting there on my deck looking at all of that going on, counting the cars and the licence plates, and worked out that these people have been here more than 5 days. Make a phone call. What's going to happen?
Sorry, that may be a little misunderstanding. I may not have worded that correctly. When this bylaw is in place, enforcement based on CRMs, like anything else, falls to the regulatory team to respond to. That's normal. What I'm saying here is that if we actually marked out spaces and were stricter with restrictions and conditions, then we would have to monitor that. We'd have to have somebody there, and that's not what's budgeted for. We'll certainly have the enforcement response available when somebody rings and says something about the bylaw.
Councillor Ward.
To that, Your Worship, if you allow me the discretion, because we also talk about in here not necessarily the marked freedom camping spaces, but the areas, for instance, on the Akatio foreshore that we want to protect, the barbecue tables, the barbecue itself. Those will have to have some kind of monitoring applied to them. Appreciate education is going to be really important here. But to me, although it says in Schedule 2 these are the limits, it's, no offence, it's kind of like a bit of a slap in the face with a wet fish. We say one thing, but we actually haven't got the teeth or the money to enforce it.
So through your worship, I think all our bylaws are similar. So bylaws generally, we are sort of reactive in terms of, but if there are issues, we do then have the teeth to do something about it. As you know, there are a number of bylaws across the districts, and we don't go and monitor all of them. So a lot of the enforcement activities of the officers will be through a CRM or through a complaint. So in terms of the barbecues and how that used, generally those are self-managed type activities. And if, as Angela mentioned, if someone decided to be there 7 or 8 days and someone's waiting in the wings for a turn, we're likely to get a complaint, which Jim's team, who do then have to respond through the compliance team, have to respond. They will then take action if they see it necessary. Quite often you get out there and it's all sorted itself out, but certainly something we'll keep an eye on. And I think that's what Angela was mentioning before, where over the next couple of years, if we're getting hundreds of complaints or numerous, then how do we resource that more effectively? I personally don't foresee it being a huge amount of complaints coming through, but we'll certainly get a few that we'll need to look into.
Thanks, Brian. Councillor Wards, I hear you. I just wonder, is there anything that the regulatory manager would like to add to the conversation that might give councillors some reassurance? And I guess where I come from there, and Councillor Wards will be well aware, that, the Akatio Ratepayers Association have a meeting, their annual meeting is at Christmas every year, and I think the most cars that I counted out there, and I missed the peak, was 126 for, obviously that was just straight after COVID, but it certainly was a massive problem. Is there any other reassurance you can give councillors? Jim?
That's okay, through you, Your Worship. Could I just address a question from Councillor Johns regarding whether we were going to change the bylaw after analysing CRMs. That's not what we really want to do. We want to have a bylaw in place which has been fully considered and has been adopted, that we can go forwards for, with a clear set of guidelines for the enforcement of that bylaw. So, we are aware over the Christmas period, council shuts down. We have a contractor, which looks after things such as animal control and noise control call-outs over that time. And I don't see it really being a major issue extending their contract, which is up for negotiation actually today, to cover that 2-week period, the busy time over the Christmas period. So we would be sending out a unit out there to see who's out there and how long they've been there. Having said that, we'll still attend to CRMs because it's not just overstayers, there's all sorts of complaints that come in, from rubbish dumping to you name it. So throughout the year, it's not really a major issue, I guess, with the people that camp there. It's just that 2-week period, and we're consciously aware of that. If it turns out to be a huge problem, and we'll know that from this year's, from Allied Security, then we would have to look at, perhaps, as we did in another year, having a camping ambassador or somebody out there just enforcing the rules over that period.
Thanks, Jim. Does that give you more comfort, Councillor Wards? Councillor Johns, just because Jim did refer to your query, I'm going to pop you ahead of Councillor Peter Weber.
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. Yeah, with regard to Councillor Sharon's comment about that particular spot where there's a camping table and barbecue and so on, is it not possible to put up some signage preventing people from erecting anything within so many yards, metres of the...
They have the clothesline on the side.
I can probably answer that and concur with Councillor Wards. I don't think you could see the sign because the tent was pitched to it.
Through your worship, there is funding as part of this bylaw review for the generation of signage, and that we need that for throughout the whole district. So if we determine that a sign's required, a sign will go up.
Councillor Peter Weber.
Thank you. Mine's on a little bit of a different subject. I was just looking at the feedback we got from Herbertville, and I was just reading some of their, and I don't think they're quite reflected in here. I know we don't have any freedom camping spots, but they still have quite an influx over those 2 weeks. And so the locals who have put submissions and really wanted more rubbish bins. What else? They wanted the same protection as Akatio. So I just didn't want Herbertville to kind of be missed out, because they do have an influx of fishermen and divers, and we probably don't have adequate rubbish bins out there, just with the amount of submissions that we had.
Through your worship, rubbish bins, I don't believe we actually assessed that as part of the freedom camping bylaw, but it's something that we can certainly raise and put it through to the appropriate department to have a look at.
Yep. The comment that I'd add is, on an annual basis, it is usually discussed at some point operationally where a bin is specifically funded and put at Akatio, so that residents aren't overburdened with visitors' rubbish, and maybe that's a good thing that needs to be considered for Herbertville at the same time.
In the paper it says that Akatio gets a skip bin over that time during the peak of summer. So maybe that's something we could consider if that's what seems to be what the locals are coming through with their submissions. The other thing I was thinking, just because they're quite small communities, and small communities, they just band together and get things done. I'm just wondering about education for the locals out there, and that to ring in for the CRMs, because often they will just go, and if there's rubbish, they'll probably just clean it up themselves, and we won't know about it. So I'm just thinking about education for the locals, just for an idea. Thank you.
Thanks. Just noting Akatio's is on an annual discussion, but Hamish, you're indicating that could be considered for Herbertville as well. Wonderful, thank you. Okay, thanks, Councillor Peter Weber. Councillor Wallace.
Thank you, Mayor Tracy. Through you. Going back to Agatea, it's probably more a question. So if people, the data that you have received, do they stay there at the present time, for 2 weeks? You obviously have something, the people that put up all these bits and pieces, do they stay there basically over the duration?
Through you, Mayor Tracy. you're asking me to remember something from a report from 22 to 23, and I can't remember that.
I'll probably might be able to ask somebody that lives at Akatea. They might know every Christmas what happens. Because otherwise it must happen. Otherwise we wouldn't be sitting here talking about it.
Through you, Tracy. I believe there are some people that do that, but we're in a kind of a balancing act where we don't want to restrict people that can, they can't afford any other holiday but that sort of holiday for their family. Grew up doing that myself. Great fun. And we don't want to restrict the time limit too small, but having said that, we try to get a balance for you can have a good time, but then allow someone else to move in and have a good time as well. So we're trying to balance out that time limit. There have been people that camp for a long length of time, and that's probably going to have to stop. That's what we'll be looking at. Does that answer your question?
Yes, to a certain extent. Excuse me. Yeah, because we live in this island nation, and because we have got these, and they're entitled to go to the beach, I think it's more focusing on the management, i.e. put restraints around that particular problem, i.e. because I know at the local camping ground here, the permanents there, they just put them out for 20 hours, 24 hours, and they come back in. So human beings are amazing. They'll figure out a way, because another member of the family might book the next bit.
So
it's not rocket science.
Sorry, through you, Tracy. Yeah, the reason they do that in a camping ground is to escape the requirement under the camping regulations, which says that a maximum stay is 50 nights. But these are not paid motor camps; these are freedom campings, which is precisely why we're trying to put these rules in place. So at the moment, without a freedom camping bylaw, we're unable to implement the enforcement tools under the Freedom Camping Act. So it's one of the few bylaws that has to be adopted by council before we can actually issue an infringement. So that's the whole driver really, is giving us the tools to actually do something for those people that stay too long.
So from the information that you've collected, on average it's 5 nights across the country, yeah? You must have had a look at something.
Through you, Worship, I don't know whether we've looked at all of them, but from my experience in working at 4 different councils, I can tell you that it's between 3 and 5. Very, very rarely more than that. Some are overnight.
Thanks, councillors. Right, we've given that a good discussion. Can you just give me your comfort level in the Office Recommendation 6.2.8? You happy as that stands? Okay. Anyone not? Thank you. I'll just start making a note of these for the final recommendation. Right, 6.28. Okay, moving on to Herbertville. The recommendation there, 6.3.6, is largely the same. Councillors, do you have any further questions for Herbertville? And thank you, Councillor P.G. Weber, for your comments on rubbish. Okay. Happy with that one. Right, moving on to Akatea and the officer recommendation there, which is that the restrictions in Schedule 2 of the proposed bylaw regarding Akatea are kept. Is there any discussion and queries on that? Because, and I guess my challenge is around 6.4.3, and I guess when the pressure comes on at Akatea, it really comes on and it's quick. So when the water is gone and you've got, a real influx like that, it's very difficult to fix it. And I say that because the restrictions have got to come in, we've got to send water out, the messaging to take water has to be there. So that was really my concern. I understand the team's response to that, but having experienced that potentially at its worst, that was where my concern lay. So, Councillor Wards, I know if I could ask you were there, you experienced that, and you've seen it over a number of years. Have you got any insights or concerns there?
I think the way that the comment is made here, there are processes in place, steps being taken to ensure that the community of Akatio has their backup tanks in place. The major reason, and I understand, Mayor Tracy, when you were there, it was 100 and something cars, there was 270 at the peak. And the majority of them were drawing on the water supply that council has placed in there. So the Three Waters team members have met with the Ratepayers Association. I understand that there is a discussion, there's been an offer made by the Ratepayers Association to provide a member of the committee who will actually assist the Three Waters team to do a stock take of who's got tanks and who hasn't, and assist the Three Waters team to build up the capacity by the beach house owners. So this may take a while to address. The point being made here, though, is when it was bad, it was really bad. And there are a number of us that reflect on the weather forecast and think, right, we're not going to have the people come through, so the water will be fine. So the dilemma we have is that, for 2 or 3 weeks, we shouldn't be putting a system in that hasn't got those constraints on it through the rest of the year. So in short, there is education being provided. The letter came out to all the ratepayers. There's support from the Ratepayers Association to actually get this thing rocking and rolling so that those beach owners, house owners out there have their own backup supply, so the need for a tanker to rush out there with drinking water will hopefully be alleviated. So that's what I understand in 6.4.3, that the team have gone wider to try and address the concerns around the water. So I guess it'll be watch this space depending on the actions that a couple of those initiatives will bring about.
Thanks, Councillor Wards. Jim, you've got a comment, and then I'll go to Councillor Sutherland.
Thank you, Your Worship. That could be one of the benefits of having a restriction on the time for camping. Most people will take their own water with them. They'll probably run out at day 3 or something like that, but it's better than staying for 2 weeks when there'll be a permanent draw on the resources.
Thank you. Councillor Sutherland.
Thanks, me, Tracy. Just a comment, really, because I have been sort of in and out of Akatea for decades, and spent a lot of time at Pariri Beach, which has had this problem raised. I mentioned at the last meeting, and that's popped up at Pariri Beach many, many years ago. And it's not really the freedom camping issues that cause the most drama. It's behaviour and it's water and sanitary issues. They're the ones that really cause the issue. I know at Pariri Beach, the restriction on time, it's easy to pull one tent down and have your mate pull another one up, and new different car strain. It's easy for people, Councillor Steve mentioned it, you can overcome the days without too much drama if you really want to beat the number of days, but it's more trying to get accepted behaviour between the freedom campers and the community who, all sharing a great asset, but it's kind of the behaviour really that's the thing, and it's peak times that can get out of hand. We run out of water, sanitary things, 1 or 2 people can spoil for everybody, with their behaviour, but that's about it. So I think we've got to try and get a balance here, really. The Freedom Camping Act, we won't be able to restrict all that with that particular piece of bylaw.
Thanks, Councillor Sutherland. Councillor Wallace.
Thank you, Mayor Tracy. Yeah, just a quick one on that, and it's probably not the right. Well, it is. We must know the number of tanks that are out there now. That's 2 years ago. So we don't move with speed, do we? I'll leave it at that. That's crazy.
Right, okay, so everyone's happy with the officer recommendation there. If there's nothing further, right, Angela, consideration of the submissions on the matters within the bylaw, did you want to make any comments there?
No, thank you, I've got nothing further to add
Okay.
other than the report.
Right, so the officer recommendation 7.1.10, is there any further comments from councillors in that area? Right. Okay. Right, the prohibition of freedom camping in cemeteries and playgrounds. Anything further in the officer recommendation 7.2.4? No. Restriction on the maximum 5 night stay in a 30-day period. The recommendation, officer recommendation there is 7.3.5. I was comfortable with that. And then 7.4.4. Everyone's comfortable there. Then the restriction on the maximum of 3 night stay in 7-day period, the officer recommendation 7.5.4. Okay. Consideration, item 8, consideration of submissions, the officer recommendation 8.6. Everyone's comfortable there. The amendments, recommendation 9.4. Any comments in that section? Then the officer recommendation that the clause 5.3 is changed from 9.7, changed to ensure they do not behave in a manner which causes a nuisance or unreasonable disturbance to other persons camping in the area or local residents, including but not limited to the creation of excessive noise. Everyone's comfortable with that change? And the correction of drafting errors, 10.1. People are comfortable with that? Okay. Any further comments before we move to the recommendations? It has been a lot of work, Angela, and it will be an asset to the Tararua District in having this in place. So really acknowledge the enormous amount of work that's gone in, and also the involvement with the communities. As you can hear, the coastal communities and the communities that are impacted by this are really impacted by this. It does change the way they view the community. So anything we can do to help is appreciated. So thank you for all of that. Right, councillors, the recommendations on page 71, 1.1, 1.2, 1.3 and 1.4. Is everyone comfortable with those? Councillor Johns, and I have a seconder, Councillor Wards. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you, councillors. I know that's a bit hard going through each of the recommendations, but at least we know that we have missed nothing in the process. Okay, we are. Right, moving on to item 9.2, deliberations on matters during the draft reserve management plan consultation. So welcome, Fontaine, and another huge piece of work. Kate.
Morena koutou. Hopefully we've got David online, Ellie. I
Tell you what,
need David.
we will we'll just adjourn for 10 minutes. I know Councillor Long's just needed to pop out, and we'll try and find David for you. Thank you. Right, welcome back, councillors. Thank you. Welcome, Fontaine, and welcome, David. Right, we'll hand over to you.
Morena koutou. Just like to welcome David from Exist, who has been working with us to produce this amazing document for you all. We take our report as read, including the officer responses to the submissions, and happy to discuss those with you. As a separate document, we've gone through each submission and provided those recommendations. Happy to take your direction, but we've got David here to answer any of those ones that are above my head.
Okay. Thanks, councillors. Thanks. I'm sure everybody has read this. It was one that was quite high interest. I've got a couple of words myself highlighted, but actually we might just go through the recommendations as we did with the previous paper, just to see if councillors are happy and if there's anything that needs to be changed. Sorry, I've just moved my... Start at... Right. The staff recommendations, just going through the document, everyone was happy with the fireworks staff recommendation there. Councillor Johns.
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. Yeah, thanks, Fontaine, for the work you've done on this. It's been a long time coming, but I'm happy with it as it stands. I'd just like to make one observation, and I made the comment before that there are some of the domain boards, and I know they have no legal status, but nevertheless they exist and do a very good. Some of them do a very good job, and it's costing the ratepayer nothing for them to do the work they do and to take the interest that they take. And I'd like to think that council staff are very much aware of that and liaise with them on anything to do with their particular reserve that they're involved with.
Thank you, Councillor Johns. Absolutely. The current team is very keen to work with our community a lot more and understand the work that the current domain boards are doing and how the team can actually support them and enable them to do what they do.
Councillor Wards.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to make a couple of probably overarching before we dig into the specific recommendations. I certainly want to acknowledge the work that's gone on, Fontaine and the team. I certainly concur that the current team seem to be a lot more engaging and inclusive of the wide variety of ways that our community assists us in looking after 110 at least of the reserves. However, I do have some concerns that I don't see has made any changes to the draft. Overall, when I did a bit of a count up, the submissions have led to only 2 changes. Now, I'm also aware during the consultation, because I asked the question, how have our iwi been involved in the consultation? And we've all been assured that they were actively involved. However, that hasn't been public. And so I guess there are a number of issues around the consultation. You spoke with the domain board 2 years ago. You reflect in here that feedback was limited. We've had some fantastic presentations from members of community around different reserves and the issues that they have. And I'm slightly concerned that I didn't see through the rewording of some of the suggestions that you've reworded, the extent to which communities other than iwi want to be involved. They want to be consulted. The words that have been used to me is that, you know, this is a bit of a whitewash, Sharon. Where's the equity for those of us that aren't an iwi group, and yet we're the ones that are doing all the hard yakka, so council doesn't? It's been said in this room that one solution does not fit all, but I didn't get a sense from some of the wording changes and or not changes that anything had changed to reflect a different approach into the future. I appreciate there are other tools in our toolkit around annual plan and resourcing communities to do that mahi that they do. A lot of them for love. I'm concerned that this document, the way I've read it, could be quite a divisive tool rather than an inclusive one. And I'm going to get quite emotional about this. The incident that occurred at Pongaroa, then most of the community are now talking about that as the unity tree, because this has escalated the sense of community out there to an extent that I believe there are parts of our community that do want to get involved. That this plan and the adoption of it allows community to be a lot more involved and have the responsibility and accountability that this potentially can give them. I'm disappointed that the strength of some of those submissions across the board have not been reflected in some of the changes that are suggested. I appreciate that actions will speak louder than words once we've adopted this plan, and I would certainly encourage the approach that Fontaine and the team you are saying. But this is a plan that we've been waiting a long time for. There are probably a lot of cynics in our community outside these four walls that say, what's the point of having a plan like this when the reality that some of our communities experience, the Mangatoro Reserve has fallen into disrepair. We've had a number of submissions from that community group that want some action. The Pongaroa incident is now past, and we've had some very positive feedback, all of us, around how to rebuild those bridges. But to see the extent within which some of those tools have not been reflected in this plan, I am disappointed. And the final question I have for you, Fontaine, is given that we had 12 submissions across a range and you've addressed each of them individually and commented on them, when those submissions were heard, did you go back to iwi to see their reaction to those submissions? Because that we haven't been party to that. And I'm just wondering, I don't want this plan to look like it was written, we've let the council and a few communities say a few things, but we're not going to change much.
Through your worship, so after deliberations, it was your elected job to provide the direction to council in terms of where you would like to see some changes within the plan. And I was just trying to check with Ali, but we didn't get any. We had some comments and some views, but one of the the resolutions was to provide council with the direction in terms of what you wanted to see differently in the plan. So we've acted on basically that we've got very little direction in terms of what you wanted to see different. But now is also another opportunity for you to say what's in the plan that you, based on what you were saying there, Councillor Wards, that you would like to see different in this. And I do need to point out the relationship with iwi mana whenua is legislated, and we've got absolute legal rights, legal obligations that we must follow that treat them as a partner through when we're preparing this. We don't have the same legislation for other community groups, but council can provide the direction that they can be treated the same if that's what you so choose. But to this point, we haven't actually been provided with that direction from council, from council to say, yes, we want to see this change or that change and want to do this. So hence why you're seeing very limited changes in what's being presented to you today.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Wards. I'd just like to respond. No, I did not go back to iwi to get a response from them on what was presented in the submissions at all. We took away what the councillors provided to us on the day and reviewed what we had in there and questioned what our recommendations were. In the reserve management plan, it does actually have a clause in there that directs officers to engage with our entire community. So not just with mana whenua, but the entire community. This team is actually driven to work more closely with our community. However, we can only do that within the capacity that we are given and with the resources that we are given. So when we look to prioritise the work that we have in front of us, the amount of work that needs to be cleaned up for this community, it is quite significant. So step by step, we will get there. This is one of the tools that is going to help this team achieve that. The next tool will be presented to you later on in another meeting as well. So there is a lot of work that needs to be done. There's a lot of engagement that needs to be done in connection to our community and working with those domain boards that are active and our community groups that are active and want to do these things. We want to know and reach out to them, be part of that to enable that to happen. There are connections that councillors themselves have with these community groups. Providing that connection to this team would be gold for us.
Thanks. Councillor Wards, I'll give you a couple of minutes just to reflect on that. I think it would be good to go back with someone, and I'll just move to some of the other questions and come back to Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Mayor Tracy. Fontaine Kate, thank you very much for all the work that you've done on this, and thanks to Councillor Wards for her powerful comments. There's, I suppose, just looking overarching, there's just kind of two bits that I'd be really keen to focus on, and I think it goes to what the Chief Executive was just talking about of the direction that was given when we had our hearings. One of the bits that I think came through strongly, and if it didn't, then perhaps we needed to send the direction more strongly, was the communication piece. I know I talked quite a lot about that with the submitters. And I know that can be delicate of how we put that into a plan and operationalise it, but I would like that part to be strengthened of kind of what the obligations are for council of working with these groups, particularly the ones that Councillor Johns referred to, that are perhaps doing more than others. So how can we make sure that they are fully engaged? Because the danger sometimes when we create a very detailed plan, which is much needed, is if it is too prescriptive sometimes, then it can alienate the very people who this document should be there to serve and to help. So I'd like some more consideration popped on to that part. And just the next bit that I would like to mention, and it sort of goes into the same part of communication, and we can talk about it more when we go through the numbers of the changes, but it was the naming of reserves. And I have no objection at all to reserves being renamed if that's appropriate. My view, though, is that should always be done in consultation with the community. And there's a couple of reasons for that. We have to remember that we have two iwi, that we have sometimes within our two iwi, we have different groups with perhaps different views. I think it could be problematic if a name change wasn't open to consultation and discussion. Remembering that consultation isn't a veto. Consultation is actually having a discussion and building buy-in. What I would really hate to see is there being a very good reason to change a name or to add a te reo name to a reserve, and for there to be backlash from that because there isn't that discussion and that consultation. So I absolutely respect how you've positioned that in the paper, but respectfully I would like to see some change there as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Gilmore. I'll just move on. Councillor Chase.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Tracy. Thank you for all the work that you have done, and to all the submitters that have, voiced their opinion on some of this stuff and the way that you have addressed their concerns. Some of it I found, was very, certain areas had showed that iwi didn't do much at all in that area, but to be honest, both iwi do actually quite a bit in the tile space for the whole of the Tapakinui-Aroa region. So they also have limited resources and can't always be at every single reserve that we have, but they also help support a lot of the spaces within council as well. So in saying that, they have already given their feedback on this, and it is great to see that we are acknowledging our partnership that we have with both iwis in all of our policies that we are putting together. So I would like that to continue, but I also see value in making sure that we do have a good relationship with all our community groups, our boards, and I do see that in here, the staff recommendation on 21, that you've included that you would like to have a new section, which is the strategic goals and issues titled Domain Boards, Volunteers, Partnerships, include the following wording. That needs to be a little bit, I get that we don't have that memorandum of understanding partnership with some of these domain boards, like Councillor John said, and with all these community groups and stuff, but it would be nice to be able to recognise something in our paper, and I think that has, but we might need to just fatten that up a little bit to show a bit more support for our active boards and our active communities, to give them some validation, but also to feel valued and part of this whole plan as well.
Councillor Chase, can I just check the number you were referencing?
So it's on page.
Just so we can make that direction
Page
clear.
105. It's staff recommendation 21. Insert a new section into the section 2 strategic goals and issues titled Domain Boards and Volunteers Partnerships, and include the following wording. But I see that as something that needs to be fattened up.
Thank you for that clarification. Did you wish to make a comment, Fontaine?
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Councillor Chase. That's where we really want to head to as well. There is a little bit of clarification when we talk about domain boards that have been shifted out of being a domain board and what that needs to look like. So that's the bit of work that needs to happen in that space. But
thank you. Councillor Johns, patiently.
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. Just want to respond to Brian's comment about the lack of feedback following the earlier discussions. I did give consideration to that request at the time, but the problem I had was that there are so many domain boards and all sorts of reserves and all sorts of types. And I appreciated that this document is an overarching document. It can't be, to get too specific would have become a nightmare to draft the thing, and it would end up a mess. And Councillor Scott and Councillor Naoma have made similar comments that over the years, most of the work on reserves has been done by communities and domain boards. Council has had very, very, if any, involvement over certainly the last 15 years and probably the last 50 years. But for those communities, and we wouldn't have those domains. They wouldn't be in the shape they are now, even if some of them are lacking a bit of care and attention. I'm happy enough with it as an overarching document, so long as council undertakes to make damn sure that you communicate with those communities and domain boards when you're proposing anything.
Thanks, Councillor Johns. Brian?
Thank you, through your worship. Yep, Councillor Johns, I totally agree, and I think that the staff recommendation on 21 is trying to address that very matter to give them more acknowledgement and as Fontaine said, to continue creating those relationships to support them when they need it. If they don't need it and they're quite happy carrying on doing it and they're doing a great job, and there are good examples of that, then we're just there for them, not going to get in their way, certainly not going to get in their way, but it's got to be that sort of relationship we've got to have with them, and I think you've got a commitment here from the officers to absolutely do that. So yeah, I do agree with you.
Thanks. Councillor Sutherland?
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. I'm in Peter's boat, really. I confirm his views on this, and accepting Councillor Sharon's and Scott's comments. It's been many decades arriving this document, and it's an overarching document over a huge amount of property that some is not at all touched on by us. Others, a few boards have been very successful in managing their own spots. The two that were fairly emotional during the submissions was Mangatua and Pongaroa. I don't think the submitter at Mangatua was hugely critical of us, but it's just he was obviously very concerned about the state of it, and we all accepted that. We all know about that, and probably an issue that happened at the Pongaroa Domain Board brought out a lot of focus on that unit. But I think this plan, we're required to have it by legislation, and we're required to work with iwi very legislatively under both this Act and the Conservation Act, so there's no getting around it. But I think the response from the team is great, and I think the intention to develop and manage relationships going forward, I feel good about. So I do think that those issues that might be a little prickly right now can be overcome, but it is about assets, and it's about money, and it's about staff as well. But I think we've identified it. We've at least know what we've got, and we know, there's different groups working differently in respect of these. But I think it's very difficult to dial down and try and fix a few little issues when there's such a big document. Personally, I'm supportive, and I think a very good job's been done, and the community responded, and I respect them for that because it's important to them. But I'm happy to tick it off going forward myself.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Sutherland. I'll make a couple of comments. during submissions, we had a very hurt community that had put a lot of work in over many, many years in caring for not only just 4 Mile Bush, but actually the other bush walks and the domains and everything at Pongaroa. So we had two issues there. One, submitting on a reserves management plan, but actually also having just experienced the regulatory process. And I guess not feeling that that gratitude for all of the years' work that they have been doing. And when I look, and I'll try and bring, I've got a couple of copies of the Woodville Domain Board, and if you have a look at the 100 years that the Woodville Domain Board has been looking after Fairy Reserve, well before the Tararua District Council ever existed. And that's the depth of care within those generational families for our place. So I certainly felt that hurt, and they wanted that communication strengthened, because they still do care. They're not going to walk away from that care. But I think what they were for me, and wanting to understand, some of the consultation with iwi and the naming and things like that, is actually just taking people on that journey and helping them understand everybody's views. And I think that's the transparency that they were looking for in the process. And I was very grateful. I think we did receive some communication back around what they thought might be better communications going forward, and how we can help that community heal. So those are the comments that I'd make. Brian, you might have a couple, and then just within the recommendations, that maybe further consideration given to strengthening 21, as Councillor Chase said, just in that taking some of that communication. And I think if we've got an agreed communication, that will help. We certainly clearly got that message, and making that two-way. And I understand we haven't had the team or the resource or for this in the past. And just in the naming of reserves, I actually think that's something to be celebrated. The more that we do, the more that we take everybody on that journey, when we do have those, the greater understanding that will be there. So I'd be really keen for that. Brian, do you have a couple of comments?
Thank you, Worship. No, you actually covered off just the question I had, and that was obviously Councillor Gilmore's comment around the changes to the naming in terms of consultation for all naming, and that's pretty much it. And as Councillor Gilmore said, the decision it's not a binding referendum. Council can still see all parties' views on that. So I think if that's what councillors, the Mayor, you would like us to change within that, then that's certainly something the team will be able to take back and update. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councillor Johns.
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. I'd just like to say that I might have said earlier that it's been a long time coming, but I see Peter Wimsett down the back there. I hope, will concur that certainly for as long as I've been on council, it's been on the drawing board to get a reserves management plan in place. That's at least 15 years. So well done. Finally there.
Thanks, Councillor Johns. I certainly concur. This has been something that, due to the workload that this council's always had, it has been put on the back burner, So it's taken a great deal of effort to get this across the line, and I certainly acknowledge that. I've got one comment from David, and then Councillor Woods, I will come to you for a closing comment. Oh, and sorry, before I do that, I'll go to Mike. I'll just go to Dafford first, and then to you, Councillor Long.
Hi, thank you. I thought, really good discussion. I just thought I'd maybe provide just a little bit of context around a couple of things, which might help some of the discussion. Just on the consultation through the whole entire plan itself. I just remind councillors, and it's easy to forget, there with the reserve management plan, there's a prescribed two-stage process. So what's required is that we go out in the first phase and ask for suggestions. We take those suggestions, develop the plan, then put the plan out for consultation, which is what we've done. What we did, and this goes back to Jesse before the current team were in place, when we were putting the plan together, there was a few decisions made that to try and keep costs down, etc. And Jessie would go out and communicate with those community or the domain boards. She did that. And I seem to remember there was a wee bit of struggle getting through and getting some response back. We did get some response back. We have we did prepare from the first round of consultation a summary of submissions that we reported back that went public. We didn't get a lot from that. A lot of it was operational. And just noting some of the staff recommendations, some of it is a little bit limited in what we can say now because of the part of the process we're in. The time for including new stuff would have been after that first round of consultation. When we actually consult on the draft, we're really limited in what we can change because it hasn't been through the full consultation process. So while I've suggested, or with the team together, we've sort of suggested that we could put some more wording in it. It's kind of the reason we've sort of limited it a little bit is because it's contextual. We can add that in, but if it's sort of a material change that has a policy nature to it, it gets a little bit dicey from a sort of a correct process perspective. So we just have to be just aware of what we do change in the plan at this point. Or we can change things in the plan based on submissions, but introducing new things into the plan we have to be very careful of. Just one other thing on the naming. Great discussion about the naming. The naming policy is one of those policies that we put in. We're not actually proposing to rename anything in the plan. What we're doing is putting the framework in place that if we do need to rename something or name something, then you've got the policy there to lean on. I think the one thing people have probably picked up on is where a name's gifted, there may not be consultation attached to that, and that's quite deliberate. All the other ones, when you get, if we're going to get a name gifted, would probably request a name. So you sort of, really, it's a bit hard to ask someone to gift you something and then decide that you're not going to, that you don't like it, sort of thing. So that's why that policy's in there, written how it is. But the rest of it is, 100% all includes consultation. I was trying to count up. We do have in multiple places through the plan about consulting with the wider community. So all activities requiring authorisation from council, development section, there's consultation for the wider community, play, there's a few other places. So there's, I definitely take the point that we kept it fairly light on other than iwi partnerships. Again, the idea and the briefing at the start was to try and keep this as sort of a useful working document. These plans can blow out to 100, 200 pages pretty easily. So yeah, but yep, great discussion. Hopefully that context helps a little bit.
Thanks, David. Look, it does, and I don't think anybody was disputing the gifting of a name. It's about taking the rest of the community on that journey and understanding that gift, and just being really clear, when you've got that policy, what our expectations are around the communication. And that's a great thing because it actually just demonstrates the passion within our communities for for our special places, which is fantastic. So, no, thanks for those comments. Councillor Long?
Thank you, through you, Mayor Tracy. Thank you very much for that presentation. The gifting of a name, we've got to make sure that the funding here is one of the biggest issues, and the other one is volunteers. Volunteers have been doing a lot of this work, and without them, we lose everything. And age, the volunteers are diminishing every year now. So the funding of gifting a name, for me, that should be low on the priority. It's probably getting some of these reserves up and running, and I probably will end up walking away from others. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Long. I'll probably rephrase the walking away from anything, but take on board, and there's nothing that has been gifted, but look, there could always be some archaeological find or something special, so we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, but I think it's around having that clear communication with our communities on it. So thank you for that. Councillor Wallace, we will get to you, Councillor Wards.
Yeah, just a quick one on this. Maybe this is our opportunity to adopt the domain. We go out there and drive for new people. Because I know there's a reserve just down on, beside the poo ponds. That's in a hell of a state, but you imagine it. We get all the new people in town, the new kids. The kids want to do things. And we could start a drive, adopt a domain, .co.nz.
Thanks, Councillor Wallace. And look, when people do see work, and I'll give you an example. Waihi Falls, we have done work down at Waihi Falls, and it looks a very different place now than what it used to. So we certainly will get people that are passionate about it, contributing and coming on board. Councillor Wards, did you wish to make a final closing?
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Tracy, for allowing me to speak again. Brian, you made a comment that you believe you didn't receive direction or feedback from council. One of the challenges that Councillor Scott gave to a couple of our submitters was to provide them with an opportunity and a challenge to say, right, where can we go from here? And that communique was circulated to all of us here. One of the statements that of improvement that stood out for me was to do with the wording of the plan and how something like council will give effect to partnering with community groups and iwi to understand their aspirations and priorities in the planning and management of reserves within the Tararua District might address all this. The words are really important. I hear what you're saying, David. We don't want 200 or 300 pages that have got the additional words. But something simple like every time iwi is mentioned and partnership is mentioned, can the words community groups be part of that language? It can be something as simple as that, and we need to go further to address and ensure that this plan does allow inclusivity. It might be just as simple as adding in community groups every time we mention partnerships, iwi, and community groups. It could be as simple as that, because reading the table and seeing what the submitters said, the staff acknowledge the concerns generally and agree with them, and yet to see in the final column no change is I think is what's certainly some of the feedback that I've received indicates that we want to do the work. You mentioned, drive for a domain, Councillor Steve. One of the really cool things that's happening at Pongaroa now is the kids. The school has actually been in there, and they don't care what weed they're ripping out, but finding a framework that allows that kind of a movement. And it may only just be, as Councillor Scott said, the way we communicate the messaging here. So thank you for allowing me to speak, Mayor Tracy.
Thanks, Councillor Wards. I've just got one from the Chief Executive and then one from me, and we'll move into the motion.
Thank you, Worship. So Councillor Wood, so the staff recommendation 21, that it's titled Domain Boards and Volunteer Partnerships and include the following wording. Are you comfortable with, and I think Councillor Chase made the point of maybe just strengthening that a little bit. Were you comfortable with that being added? Because that is the insert, that's the recommendation from staff. And I guess just something in regards to iwi, I think just got to be a little bit careful, and my advice would be to not diminish the role of iwi. They do hold a higher status through the treaty partnership, so we've got to be really conscious that, we could lift everyone to that level, but we are legally obligated through the treaty and even through the Reserves Act and the Local Government Act to give effect to those. So I just want to provide that advice, I guess, to council, just to be a little bit cautious regarding that.
Thanks, Brian. Dafford, you've got a comment?
Yeah, just quickly and further to that, I think that's a pretty good summary. I think one of the just important things to remember is through the legislation, we actually are obliged to, or iwi have a role in decision making. Along, not this, a role in decision making, which is probably or to input into decision making, which is probably where that difference in, I guess, partnership. I mean, we obviously have partnership with our domain boards and other parts of the community, but that's probably the difference between the partnerships that we have. But yeah, again, we can definitely strengthen the wording that we have there. It just some direction on what you would like in there would be good.
Thanks, Dafford. I think for me, it's important that everybody, when they look at something, they see themselves and they can see themselves within it. So, when you have with iwi, with community, everybody can see themselves. So I think that's the strength that we're looking at. And normally we do see that in our documents. But if that community is picking it up, they want to see, where do I fit? Where do I see myself? Yeah. So if we can just strengthen that up a little bit, certainly acknowledging the special relationship that we have. The Councillor Chase.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Tracy. Where it does say a lot that it's with a partnership with iwi is when it actually needs to be mentioned, like the mana whenua partnerships and stuff, where everyone is included when it also says and the wider community. It's not singling out just individual community groups or boards, it's including everyone. This policy does include everyone, I think. It includes our partnerships with both our iwis within this Tararua District Council, within the district, but also all of our communities, not just boards, not just individual community groups, everyone, the wider community, which is all of us. Even those that aren't, whakapapa to either of the iwis, it's all of us are included in this.
Thanks, Councillor Chase. I think that's where we're definitely heading. Right, the councillors, the recommendation on page 85, 1.1, 1.2 and 1.3, noting the recommendations in the Tararua District. So 1.3, the officer recommendations in the Tararua District Reserve Management Plan, officer responses to submissions for amendments to the draft Tararua District Omnibus Reserve Management Plan be applied to the final version of the RMP for adoption by Council at its 2025 meeting, with further consideration given to strengthening submission with recommendation 21, communication, naming of reserves, and the wording in iwi and communities. Okay, moved by Councillor Johns, seconded by Councillor Petty Weber. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. And again, thank you, Dafford, to especially for you, Fontaine, for Kate, and I certainly acknowledge the early work by Jess. This has been a long process, and we've tried to make it a really thorough one. It will be great for the Tararua District, and looking forward just to getting those tweaks through. And I think it is just tweaking in the final version as well. So thank you very much for that. Councillors, I think we may take a 15-minute break and adjourn for morning tea. A cup of coffee. Thank you. 10 seconds. Right. Welcome back, councillors. Right, we're moving into item 9.3, Reserve Management Plan, the land status and classification. So back with you again, Fontaine, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Tracy. As part of the Reserve Management Plan, we have our land status classifications that need to be approved. So David has done some work on the number of parcels that do actually formally need to be classified. And we have 25 parcels of land that will continue to be held under the Local Government Act, and a number of parcels that need to be received as to accept as being classified as recommended. Before we do move on to that, we have picked up some amendments in there already. One of them is, sorry, just go close. So one parcel we have that needs to be removed from the map, and sorry, Kate, can you help me with that one? Yeah, I might just pass you to Kate, sorry.
Thank you. So parcel ID 4213598 has been entered in the classification report in error. It's Ministry of Education land, so that will be removed. The other corrections are associated townships on some of those listings. Fairly evident, you can see them there where they've been listed as Norsewood, where it should be Ormonville, or it's been listed as Coomera, where it should be Norsewood. There's 3 parcels for correction there, and 3 parcels of the Dannyvirk domain that require classification. They just haven't been added in the maps, but they are there for classification.
Sorry, and if there's no other questions, we might just flick to David. Is that all right?
We'll flick to David and then I'll open it just to check if we do have any questions. David, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Apologies for those errors. Technology gets us again. Yeah, just a quick overview of this. You're all, I think, experts at this now. I think I've talked to you quite a lot about land classification, land status in the last year or so. But just a quick recap. We've gone through all the parcels of land, and basically the process or the actions required is council just needs to apply a primary purpose to each of the parcels of land, or determine that they're going to hold it under the Local Government Act. So that's essentially what we've done. A wee while ago, we did a workshop with you just about the criteria we go through, and really it's a values-based approach. What are the values of the site and how they line up with the different classifications in the Reserves Act is relatively easy. That part of it, the land status part, was quite challenging because you've got lots of very old parcels of land, but they were set aside for certain purposes for the most part that are still relevant today and align with some of the Reserves Act classifications. So, yep, I don't think there's too much that should be overly controversial. Iwi did a really good job. There's a lot of parcels of land, and they went through one by one and provided comments on different ones. So we had some really good engagement with Iwi on that. So yeah, any questions, happy to answer. Hopefully it's decipherable from the maps. There are a lot of parcels, so yeah, it is challenging.
Thanks. Councillor Johns.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks, David. I'm assuming a number of these esplanade strips that have been created in more recent times. Is that right?
Some are, yes. Not a whole heap. Yep, some are esplanade reserves rather than strips. So there's a slight difference between a strip and a reserve. A strip is essentially just an easement, but a reserve is actually a land parcel. So yes, some are esplanade reserves. And I think one of the pieces of land that we are suggesting to declare and classify, so it's held under the Local Government Act now, but suggesting to declare and classify and held as a Esplanade reserve. But yes, there are some Esplanades. Yep. Majority are scenic reserves or recreation reserves. Majority recreation. Yeah.
Thanks. My the question I had written down is: do each community committee or community board actually need to receive a list of these so that they're aware of them, or is your preference for those councillors to take them back individually to their community boards and respective committees?
Either or, really. It probably, in reality, won't affect them because especially the domain boards, I think there's only one or two where we're just aligning it, and it's really it's held as land held as unclassified land held under the Reserves Act that just hasn't been classified. So it's already held under the Reserves Act. We're just classifying it in most of the boards as domain boards as recreation reserve, which is exactly aligns with what they're doing. So yes, we could. We didn't go out to them initially. We have put it out publicly, and to be fair, in all my experience doing these things, we'd never get a lot of feedback because people don't really understand the process that well, and it's really an administrative process because some of this land was set aside in the 1800s, early 1900s. The Reserves Act only came in 1977, which required council to give each piece of land a primary purpose. Yeah, so it's a little bit challenging to explain that to people, but it shouldn't have. I don't think any will have a material effect on any of the domain boards.
Thanks. Look, it wasn't the domain boards. I was more thinking the Jennyburg Community Board, the Ekatahuna Community Board, and those respective committees. And really, it's just for an awareness. So I'm happy if councillors want to raise that in their reports back to them, just so that if anybody asks, they're informed. That's all. That was my only consideration. Councillor Wallace.
Yeah, just on that, Tracy, Ormondville domain. I couldn't find it. Is it in here? I looked everywhere. It is? Oh, I like being... Ask Gally, I know when I'm wrong. We are? Okay. You couldn't... Okay, I'll ask you for the number later. Thank you, Mayor Tracy.
Thanks. Are there any further questions on that? Otherwise, we'll move to the recommendations. Okay, so Councillor Wallace is happy to move that, noting those corrections, and seconded by Councillor Johns. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. It's a nice piece of tidy up work. There's a lot of work in that.
Thanks.
Well done, Fontaine and team. That's a long time, a lot of work there. Awesome. Right. We'll move on to item 9.4, the annual report on dog control policy and practices. Something we always look forward to.
Through your worship, this is our annual report on the dog control policy and practices for the annual year of 1st of July 24 through to the 30th of June 2025. We're required as a council under section 10A of the Dog Control Act to report annually. Used to be to Internal Affairs, now it's just we have to put it up on our website and send the link to Internal Affairs to prove we did it. So the actual report is attached, well, is the attachment. The rest is just for information purposes only for council to see what we've been up to.
Thanks, Jim. I think it's always fantastic just to read how we're doing with dogs, but the number and the volume of complaints that we do get and what we deal with is always good to read. Does anyone have any questions for Jim on that report, Councillor Gilmore?
Thanks very much, Mayor Tracy. Thanks for the report, Jim. I always enjoy reading this one. Just two quick questions. Number 12, complaints, which Mayor Tracy just mentioned, talks about receiving just over 1,200 complaints and requests for service. On page 120, for service requests, it has a figure of 522. So obviously, I just wanted to double check that the difference is just sort of general registration inquiries, those types of things.
Yes, through you, Worship. That's exactly right. This can range for a lot of things, from helping put a dog tag on to educational requests, all sorts of things. So the 522 are the main CRM complaints that we have to respond to in an enforcement matter.
Perfect. And just my last. Thanks very much, Jim. And just want to look at number 13 for the impounded dogs. And I always find this quite interesting, particularly the rehoming stats, which I strongly support, but noting the number of euthanised dogs. So I just wanted to ask whether we would ever euthanise a dog that had a good temperament, was healthy and could be rehomed. Do we have any policies around that?
Through you, Worship. Yes, we do, but ultimately there's a limit to how long we can keep a dog, because it does cost us to keep a dog. We've got limited space in the pound. But most of the time we do find homes for dogs with good temperament. Ones that have been declared menacing for either their behaviour or by schedule in the Act, we do not rehome menacing dogs. And it could be a risk to council and also to the prospective dog owner. So they don't get declared menacing for no reason whatsoever. But the good dogs, we pretty much rehome them. It's not a problem.
Thanks, Mayor Tracy, and thanks, Jim. You totally understand that if a dog's not suitable to be rehomed, but do we have any numbers or stats on dogs that we would have put down that could have been rehomed? I think that's quite an important thing for us to know, the ones that could make good pets, if we keep track of how many of those are euthanised.
Through your Worship, I don't believe in the current year that we did put down any dogs that we thought could be rehomed. If we don't find an owner for a dog, we normally contact other organisations around the country. We do transport dogs from place to place. If we think we've got a good dog, say for a farmer or something like that, then we'll hold a dog and we'll do our best to find a home for them. So, yeah, the team are really focused on, they don't want to put dogs down if they don't have to. So we always try to do our best for that.
Thanks for that, Jim. That's really encouraging to hear. Thank you.
Are there any further questions for Jim? If not, also congratulations to the team on the number of registered dogs. You know, that continues to be incredibly high. So thank you for the hard work on that. Okay, and your report, the recommendation on page 113 has been moved by Councillor Sutherland, seconded by Councillor Gilmore. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Right, and then staying with you, Jim, item 9.5, the Regulatory Services Report, 1st of July 24 to 30th of June 2025.
Thank you, Your Worship. So, yeah, this is our Regulatory Services Report update. It covers for the entire year. I'm pretty pleased with how things have gone actually in the regulatory space. As far as service measures go, we've achieved all our service measures, 100%, except for bar one, which is in relation to the public's feelings regarding animal control. The bar is pretty high at 80% in an enforcement space that's hard to hit, but we achieved 77%. And that is the only one we didn't achieve. So the entire team has done a fantastic job this year in the regulatory space, class leading, I would say. Happy to answer any questions.
Does anyone have any questions for Jim on that report? Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. Congratulations, Jim, to you and the team. Some very high quality work coming out of your space right throughout. So thank you. I just wanted on page 121, point 3, talking about staffing. Particularly as I look through the report and you see the low volumes of consents and things coming through, how is that working from a staffing perspective? I mean, clearly our metrics are looking good because we're meeting all of our deadlines as we would expect if we had a relatively full staffing team. But how is that working with volumes dropping down and having those staff there?
Yeah, so through Your Worship, we keep a very close eye on our staffing requirements in relation to the amount of work that's coming out and what we need. So in the building space, we haven't replaced one admin vacancy. We've only got 2 admin officers at the moment, so they have to cover each other. One's away sick or on annual leave. So that's pretty much the bare bones for a building space. We haven't replaced the senior building officer role when he applied for the team leader position. He was successful in obtaining that, so we haven't backfilled him. And the reasoning for that, which does put a bit of pressure on us, because essentially means we've got one officer who's doing inspections, and we've got the ability to call on our contractors should things heat up. But in the space at the moment, with regard to building control and government signals that it may leave local government, I've put a pause on refilling those gaps to see just what happens. You know, there's elections next year, who knows? But at this point, we're managing to cover all our bases, and that it's not just the building stuff, it's earthquake-prone buildings, it's the BCA's, the TA functions, swimming pools, BWAFs, compliance schedules, all those other things that aren't really reflected here. So there's quite a bit of work still. The team's flat out, and we have to be sort of we've got to recognise the fact that they can get a bit burnt out as well. So we're really operating bare bones, but we're managing. And if there's an upturn in the building, we are starting to see a few more consents come through as interest rates drop. So we may have to reassess if it's still part of our remit. So, yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Petty-Weber.
Thank you, Mayor Tracy. And thanks, Jim and the team, for the report. It's always interesting, especially being a whole year. I'm just want to ask a couple of questions. So that the building consents have come down, or the applications being processed have come down, but then the inspections seem to be up quite a bit in that area. Is there any reason?
Through Your Worship, inspections are a funny beast. At the moment, there's a 40% on average decline or non-pass rate on inspections. So it may mean that you've got to go back out and back out again. And so it's really a fluid thing. But that doesn't mean we do inspections for the fun of it. And, you know, we just have to go back and make sure that everything's legally compliant and tick off the work. So.
Thank you. That's good to know. That's good to know, and that answers that question. Also, with the earthquake-prone buildings with the 4-year extension, so building owners who didn't get the engineer's report in time, do they still qualify for the 4-year extension? I read it, but I didn't quite understand it properly.
The reason for the engineering report is to substantiate a claim that your building is not earthquake prone. So if your building has been deemed earthquake prone, you have that extension applied to you through the government. And that extension is only there while they work through new legislation to see how they're going to address earthquake prone buildings in the future. Temporary plaster, really, to cover a bit of time off while they think about it. I haven't seen anything new come out yet. So, yeah, does that answer your question?
Thanks. Jim, I think the comment I'd make, when you have a look at the building consent and the total values, you know, you can really see the tightness in the economy that's come from that. The value of those is quite a lot lower. My question is probably for Amy, just in the, when you're reading through district planning, it talks about you're regularly involved in pre-application meetings and submitting on fast-track applications. Are those costs recoverable, those pre-application meetings?
Through you, Your Worship, yes, they are recoverable now under the new legislation and under the NBA. It wasn't recoverable under the COVID fast track. However, that's lapsed.
Thanks for that clarification. That's good to hear. Okay. Are there any further questions or any comments you wanted to make on district planning? No.
Through Your Worship, I guess what I want to highlight to you is there is a decrease in the number of subdivisions, and it's down to a decrease in urban subdivisions, primarily in Dannevirke and Woodville, which were the key drivers, I guess, for that urban expansion. Those numbers dropped off between 42 and 45% in the last year, and that is a reflection of the higher interest rates and the costs associated with it and the lower value of our land, I guess. But hopefully that will change with time. And we still continue to have rural subdivision with the plan stop policy change, the MPS HPL, there's still that window of opportunity. It does sound like that market is starting to pick up a little bit in the rural lifestyle zone, so who knows?
Councillor Johns.
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. Yeah, thanks, Amy and Jim. Just with regard to the district plan review, I know that's on hold as required, but my understanding is government is legislating to make it easier for councils to encourage building and development of new homes, etc. We're in a position where we're ready to go to do what government wants with rezoning, and now we're being told to tie-ho. For how long we don't know. It could be a year or more. We've got a new road opening. We're ready to accept new people into the district, but our hands are tied. You make comment about the interest in rural lifestyle blocks. In my view, a large reason for the demand there is because there's nothing suitable in residential zones. Is there an opportunity for us to talk to the Minister, explain our position, and that we're caught, we're 99% of the way there, to continue?
Through you, Your Worship. Yes, there is. I guess the exemptions are coming out, that the detail is going to be provided at the end of August. It does look like the intention of the government is to stop 10-year reviews like we have done. So what that window of opportunity looks like in terms of those exemptions, we will have an opportunity potentially to present a case to the Minister for approval, but the detail of the exemptions comes at the end of August. We don't know what that detail is yet. Yes, we are providing for housing growth, but unfortunately we're not infrastructure ready. So, we're not necessarily ready as such to provide for housing development like the government is intending.
If I can, if we're not infrastructure ready, what the hell have we been doing for the last 3 years in developing a new district plan?
Through you, your worship, I think what it means is we don't have lines in our LTP facilitating that growth and providing for it. That piece of work was still being completed, and our it was really for the next round of the LTP that was going to be picked up. So it was really a timing issue, and I guess that was a reflection of also waiting on the district plan to be notified and for that to take effect, and then that infrastructure was going to be programmed in through the LTP. So that's what I mean by not infrastructure ready.
Thanks, Amy. In that district plan, we have provision for development contributions, or will have, or financial contributions, as whichever way, which will go some way in providing the funding for infrastructure development. Is that not right?
Through your worship, we actually didn't include financial contributions because of the national legislation that was coming in terms of infrastructure response, where they were going to do infrastructure funding along with new financial contributions that were going to be tied in with the work done with local waters done well. So that wasn't being included.
So I was at the rural and provincial meeting when Minister Bishop made that announcement, but I do think there is some value in sending a letter to the minister, just outlining where we are, even though the detail isn't known, but actually just highlighting where we've got to. He's well aware of the road and the challenges and what we were planning to get to, just as an early warning, so that he can perhaps have a think about that and some of the detail. So we'll do that. Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Mayor Tracy. I absolutely agree with that. My question, though, just relates to a separate question Councillor Johns made in relation to development contributions or levies. And remember absolutely that the levies were coming in, so we had to give that some consideration. When we talked about that, this might be through you, Mayor Tracy, to the Chief Executive, I made a request, I'll need to find the date, I think it was minuted, for staff to have a look and see if there were any other alternatives, perhaps through targeted rates, where we might be able to recoup money. So I don't believe I've seen anything come back from that. It might have been looked at and decided that it wasn't feasible, but just wondering at some point if we can have an update on that, because I think it is pretty crucial to being infrastructure ready.
Through your worship, yes, you're correct. Councillor Scott, I do recall that now. I'm sort of looking at the team out the back, whether or not they're in a position to answer that now. If not, we'll ensure something is circulated amongst councillors on that. So my apologies for not having it.
Councillor Wallace, we'll note that for coming back.
Thank you, Mayor Tracy. Yeah, that subject was, we asked that a long time ago and we never had a resolve. And then when they said that they were holding off, and then this next phase came in, because otherwise, if we don't get that going forward, the people that are already in the district are obviously going to have to stand by the costs of infrastructure. And we don't need that. We need the people that are coming in to pay their fair share.
Through your worship, I think we also need to keep in mind that the developer has to pay for their own infrastructure costs. That is not going to be a ratepayer burden as such. If you're doing a subdivision, then you have to put in your pipes and your access and roads.
Supplementary, your worship, yeah, but they've got to connect to our pipes to go somewhere, and that's the problem. That's where I'm coming from. Thank you.
Through your worship, yeah, and I think the changes that the government is proposing is around the, and it might help answer part of your question, Councillor Gilmore, is that will be a development levy, but they have talked about introducing a targeted rate for the new development as well to pay for the growth elements, and that's the growth element that Councillor Wallace is talking about, and I think you might have been at that same presentation, but it might, because they're introducing that, probably means we don't have the ability at the moment, but we will clarify that for you.
There's no further questions. We have the recommendation on page 121. Can I have somebody move that? Thank you, Councillor Gilmore, and seconded by Councillor Wards. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you very much for that report. Great stuff. Right, item 9.6, we've got Mitchell and the Cyclone Gabrielle team coming in. Do you want them all to, if you all want to bring a chair up, and then we'll just introduce the team. So it's great to have everyone here. I was watching and waiting for Vicky to pop back into the room. Nice suit. Okay. Right. Mitch, do you want to just introduce the team that you've got there to everybody, and to also to those that are online, because the people that are in this room have contributed a great deal to the Tararua District, and I certainly want that to have that acknowledged.
Yeah, through your worship. Thank you. 100%, the team here has done a whole lot of work. Unfortunately, it's not the full Cyclone Gabrielle recovery team, so we do have a bit of apologies, but I will start with the team here. We'll start with my right, Sarah Fountain, who was our social lead and community engagement person during the Cyclone Gabrielle event. We have Vicky Willis from Horizons, who's been crucial in the recovery advisory period. Myself, Mitchell, Guile, the project coordinator during the event. Simon Hales, who was part of Rural Support Trust and also an integral part as part of our farmer liaison kind of area. And then Trudy Hales as well, on my left, who was the communications advisor for the recovery team for a while before she stepped out to go find some different things to do. So obviously we do have some apologies as well. Unfortunately, we don't have Jane Tiley here from RST, who was an integral part during the cyclone period. Also, we don't have Andrew Desmond isn't here. We don't have Peter Sinclair, who puts in his apologies as well. He's unfortunately unavailable. And Grant Cooper from Horizons as well. Yeah, but thank you. Oh, I might as well continue.
Thanks, Mitch. Right, I'll leave it to you to go through your report.
Sweet. Thank you. Through your worship. So first of all, I just want to highlight there is a correction in our report on page 8, our funding totals. One thing that was overlooked at the time was the 24-25 year NZTA funding. We haven't included that in that total, so before that goes anywhere else, we will make sure to add that back in. It was a total of 28.4 million, which brings the overall Cyclone Gabrielle recovery total to around about 80.9 mil for funding received. So yeah, effectively the first thing I want to really highlight is that collaborative approach that we've had over the past 2.5 years. While I'm here presenting this report with the team, I really am only a small trickle in the massive pond. We've had so much support from Rural Support Trust, Horizons, our iwi partners, NZTA, all of our funders, and yourselves included. So we really do want to highlight that without everybody, we wouldn't have been able to complete the key activities that you'll find in that final report. So thank you to everybody involved. All the mahi has been fantastic and we really appreciate it. Yeah. So I'm going to take the report as read, as it is a significant report. I'm not going to go through everything either, but we would just like to kind of highlight some of the key areas that have been completed. So I was thinking that we might start off with our social area, and Sarah's going to speak a few words to that.
Awesome, thank you. Yeah, so I just wanted to highlight a few of the key achievements that we've done to date with the social side. One of them was the Misfits event in Pongaroa. That was in collaboration with RST, and it was 1 year post the cyclone. And it was just evident that it was needed at the time. So that was really well received. And then one of my, I suppose, proudest achievements within the role is working with the six marae and the 13 civil defence groups. Not only equipping them with equipment, but also the relationships that we've had. So, yeah, we'll continue those relationships into the future.
Yeah. So additionally from that, we have our economic area. We got 2 reports funded during the cyclone period. One being a macroeconomic report and one being a microeconomic report. We worked quite closely on that microeconomic report with MCINA. They did some fantastic work going over all of the rural areas balance sheets kind of thing, giving us an average overview of how badly affected our area was during that period and the recovery from that. It did highlight some ongoing recovery efforts needed for the future and that it's not over for them. And while this is winding down for us, it'll be continued for the farming businesses to come. And on that note, would you like to say some words on behalf of Rural Support Trust? Okay.
Yeah, thank you. And I'd, on behalf of Rural Support Trust and just Jane as the rural lead, I'd like to thank the council for their support through this as well. One of the learnings that came out of it was that it was our partnerships and networks that really helped us in order to sort of achieve the outcomes that we had. On the rural side of it, one of the big things was our ability to get into our rural communities and actually assist with hands-on. So there's a big thank you to all those who were not only helping coordinate it and assist, but the actual people who came out from our community to assist within the community. Another thing that really benefited us was the fact that we as a recovery team gathered so much information early on, and all the things we did out in our rural community were guided by the data and information that we'd gathered and that we took forward to make those decisions. So that was a really important part of the learnings coming out of it. So that was the surveys that were carried out. The practical help, as I said, went a long way, and I think asking and not assuming and keeping that contact within our community in order to get the information that was needed was a really important part. And I'd just like to thank everyone who was involved and thank our recovery team for really looking after our rural community.
So without going further into and speaking on Andrew's behalf, on behalf of the whole Alliance team, as you've seen from the funding amounts that they received to do that work and all that mahi, they've done an extraordinary amount over the past 2.5 years, and I really do think it's been taken on board and they've done a great job. So, along with Horizons as well and their support in that natural space, we're not experts in there, so for them to be able to lead that area was fantastic. So I guess, yeah, I will open up the floor to you guys to ask any questions. Cheers.
Thanks much. Just before you do that, can I just check in, Vicky, did you want to share anything? I don't want to put you on the spot, but you've been involved in the recovery and in the event, with Horizons Regional Council, so I just thought I'd open that up before we open up for questions and comments.
Thank you, Mayor Tracy. Just on behalf of the Horizons Regional Council and also Manawatu Whanganui CDM Civil Defence Office, thank you very much for the mahi and the work that you've done. The collaboration is really a benchmark for other councils to follow. And I've shared your recovery plans and your rural support connections far and wide, and especially down to Nelson, who their rural community has been impacted from their 3 weeks of events. So they are very much following that model. So should be very proud. These guys have done an awesome job, and with the leadership of Brian as well as the recovery manager. But thank you, and Mayor Tracy as well. You're a big advocate for the region, and Sandra James, who can't be here today, but she was also integral in setting up the recovery process at the start. So thank you very much, and keep up the great work.
Thanks, Vicky. All right, I'll just open up for questions. Councillor Long.
Through you, Mayor Tracy, I'd just like to acknowledge the people here today and also the apologies. I think it's a reflection on the community, a small community, how well they can join together and move forward in adversity. So the question I have probably for Simon is just how is the community out there now? And so 2 things: 1, the farming, and 2, the resilience, or how are the people faring? Thank you.
Thank you. I think out of the cyclone and the recovery process, it would almost be safe to say that we're probably tighter out there in the community, and there's probably a better understanding of each other's needs. And there were, at the same time, there were so many different things playing into the rural economy at the time that it was really tough. It was a tough time to be coming through. So with all the support that was put around the rural community at the time, has brought us closer together. And then with the implementation of the hubs and that, and tying in the civil defence hubs into sort of our catchment areas and that as well, I think as far as resilience goes, we're probably building closer to something that will enable sort of even better and quicker response and recovery in the future, hopefully.
Thanks, Councillor Long. Any other questions or comments on the report? I think that it is a phenomenal report, and it captures what happened in the Tararua District and the learnings that are there, but the collaboration, and there was some accolades through this, Sir Jerry Mataparai report. I think you said it's one of the most significant events in the Tararua District. I know when I read that, I had to stop and think if I could think of anything that had ever hit us like that before. And I know that our communities are more resilient from this, but actually so are our lands and what we're planning. And even going forward with some of the land stability, you know, we've created projects and opportunities that will help us going forward. You know, for the next storm, when I look at the work that's happened out at Wakawahine and some of the innovation, you know, I know that actually those roads will hold up a lot better and with Route 52. But I also just want to acknowledge the, you know, the work from MCI and the data that's provided so that we can feed through to government. You know, when I had a look at some of their individual, the spend and the impact, actually it tells the story of why our economy is tough now, but actually what some of those farms still continue to go through. And I think it's important, you know, that we still see and feel that and understand that. But actually it's something that they can have on their records too with the banks. You know, this was a significant event for the Tararua District. And at the start, you know, we acknowledge, you know, Hawke's Bay and everything that happened there. But I think this report is a real reflection so that people, and we talked to one of our earlier conversations here, people need to see themselves. They need to see that hurt. And I know when you go back and we have a look through that photo book, it's really easy to go out onto those roads. And I drive them and I'm like, wow, this road's great. It's so easy to forget actually what it was before and what that looked like in the recovery that we've had over the 2 years. So I was really pleased to, you know, to read the report and see all of the findings and learnings that were there in that. But also I just want to acknowledge, and this is for councillors as well, you know, there was a personal toll. This wasn't easy to go through for anybody, and many of you were actually living it and helping others as well. So I certainly want to acknowledge that because there was some incredible strength within this community. The relationship that we had with Rural Support Trust, I know, you know, and I acknowledge Brian's leadership in this right from day one, having everybody in the room in that emergency management centre, so that we could coordinate that. There were some really key learnings for us in getting through. When I look in your report, at the same time, some of those are some of my favourite images, and I know Councillor Wards and I were both there the night that Heather Monk presented to Radar with that sponge, and can I just say it was just a golden moment because that was so Heather Monk. So to see that in the report, and you know, to see some of the other beautiful photos that were captured at those events, and it just it does remind me of the community coming together. But it took a lot, you know, to bring people together at their lowest moments, and I think that's what I want to, you know, acknowledge today is the care and commitment and the dedication that people put in when our people needed it most. Just means so much. So I really do thank the recovery team, everybody that was involved in that. I know whilst it's coming to an end, we still go out and I can still see the scars on the land. If I'm flying, the memories are still there, but we've also come such a long way. And I do think that is about people, and that's about what was set up. So I certainly acknowledge both Sandra and Don in that, and we've been lucky to have incredible people with some great experience to be able to get us through. And whilst we can go on, there's also a lot of funny moments like Heather's sponge and other bits that we remember. So certainly acknowledge Te Radar too, bringing out some laughs and bringing people together so that they can just talk in those spaces. So it's a great report, and I don't think it's one that it should be hidden away. So I hope people, you know, do share that and commend Rural Support Trust on the great report that is in there. And I hope that, you know, I'd like to see the government continue to support Rural Support Trust, and the level of work that they can do and what they can achieve in the community is just outstanding. So, and I think one of the key ones for us was in producing the book. You know, and I know that was tough even to get those photos. So councillors have just received a copy of this today. But Vicky and to Simon and Trudy, I'd also like to present you one of these books. It was going to go out with a letter, but since you're here and in person, I'm going to present them to you now, just as a look, this is a memory. Your part in this was critical. Be proud. We thank you from the bottom of our hearts for everything that you have done for us when we needed it most. So, yeah, you'll always be part of us. And Vicky, thank you. I know that you champion for us around the table and at Horizons every step of the way. So I acknowledge that. And Simon, your work continues. We're so grateful to have you within the community and what you're doing for the catchment, and certainly acknowledge, what your property went through, the children, and just how connected you were through that community. So I'm going to give you these books, and if any other councillors have comments, please feel free. I know this is probably just brings it all back. It does bring it all back. So thank you. And I'll just pass over because Brian, this will be his last meeting, and certainly acknowledge his leadership through that.
Thank you, Mayor Tracy. Just want to add congratulations to the team as well. I took over probably, I can't even remember now, probably about 8 months ago, but all the work had been done up until that point. So we were starting to transition now to recovery, but the team all stood up on their own, and right through the process, right from when Sandra started, and then Don took over. And I think the team, and Don wouldn't mind me saying this, probably supported Don more than Don supported the team. But it worked. And you all managed to get the best out of each other. I think in terms of the district, we're in a far better place now, both from response and recovery. And as I've been sitting here today, I've seen my phone ping a couple of times, and there's a national warning coming through for a tsunami. I have checked, and it was for, there was a earthquake off the coast of Russia. So I think we're very, very low risk, but it does show that we're only moments away from, another disaster happening. It's not when, it's not if, it's when, and we know that. There are a lot of risks out there, the Hukarangi Trench and other areas, but I do think with the efforts of this team and the efforts of everyone that worked during the response, we're in a far better place than what we were prior to Cyclone Gabrielle, and all the work around building that resilience into our community hubs and into our marae will go a long way to make sure we're a lot more ready in the future. So I just want to reiterate everything that Mayor Tracy said is a great job by the team and the support from all of our agencies. So well done.
I'd just like to acknowledge, Mitch, not only did you work till the end, I think we had you working beyond that as well. So I certainly acknowledge that, just with a couple of late bits and getting that funding through, but that was your dedication and commitment to seeing this through from start to finish. So thank you very much. Okay, right. What I'll do is we'll take the recommendation. So there's a recommendation on page 131. I'm very happy to move that. Can I have a seconder? Seconded, Councillor Wards. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. And we will adjourn for lunch, and I'll give you these books. Welcome back, councillors. Right, we'll move on to the next item, the notification of urgent contestable fund recipients, item 9.7. So welcome, Sarah. Did you want to speak to the report at all, or take that as read? Okay. Yep. Councillors, did you have any questions or queries? Councillor Gilmore?
Thanks very much, Mayor Tracy. Fully respect the decision of the panel. I was just curious, as the first applicant were allocated more than they applied for, so just the rationale behind that.
I think that was based on the criteria that we set between national, Australasian and international. So whether that was, he was advised that way incorrectly, but we just thought actually for fairness we'll keep those, the same. Good pick up, thank you. Okay, thank you. Right, moved by Councillor Johns, seconded by Councillor Wallace. All those in favour, please say aye. And I'll look over to you, Councillor Long, next. Right, and back up, 9.8, the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Authority Solar Renewable Energy Funding. Fantastic stuff. So Sarah, did you want to speak to the report or take that as read?
Yes, thank you. I will take this as read. There will be questions regarding the site selection and nomination process. Unfortunately, I cannot provide you that information. It is part of our contract with ECA. Until they release that information, I can't release it to you. So as soon as that information is out with me, I will let you know. If you've got any questions, let me know.
Yep. Are there any further questions not related? There appear to be none. Oh, Councillor Chase.
Sorry, can I just get some clarification? Has the selection already occurred and we're just waiting for a confirmation from the providers for them to be accepted as the selected ones?
So the nomination process has been completed, and we need to get the site nominations into ECA by the 31st, I think it is, 30th today. So we'll find out, I'm guessing, in the next couple of weeks who has been selected out of those nominations. Does that answer your question?
Follow. How was everyone that would have been potentially able to qualify for this subsidy or funding notified that they could have put themselves up for nomination, or how was the process done to get those nominations?
Thank you, through you, Mayor Tracy. So it was quite a big process, how we selected these nominations. So we went through to the power providers. I've got all of that information if you wish to have that information with you. We also talked to our emergency management, Peter Sinclair, our local controller, Stephen Dunn, and myself, community engagement officer, to create this big list of who would be qualified to receive. Yes.
Just confirming, Councillor Chase, the Chief Executive was consulted as part of the controller as well, just for clarification. I quickly asked him. Okay. There's no further questions. I think we'll look forward to, obviously, when those nominations are announced, of who's been successful. I'm sure they'll be happy and we'll be able to understand that process a little bit more, Councillor Chase, from there. Right, Councillor Long, would you like to move that report be received? Can I have a seconder? I'll go with Councillor Wallace. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Thanks, Sarah. An exciting project for the community. Right. Ellie, the next paper is yours, 9.9, elected members' allowances and expense reimbursement policy.
Thank you, Your Worship. This report is just in front of council due to it being a new expense reimbursement, item that the Remuneration Authority included in their recent determination. The important thing to remember about this is that it is up to the new council to adopt which of the different reimbursement tools available when it adopts its expense reimbursement policy for the new triennium. And the determination does set out that this does not come into effect until the new triennium, so it will be a decision of the new council whether or not they adopt this into that policy. The Remuneration Authority has had lots of queries about, how it would operate and all that, and they have advised that they will be putting guidance out on their website in due course. But this is just here for council's information, as it was, a bit of public interest in this and when it would come into effect and that sort of thing.
Thanks, Sally. Does anyone have any questions on that? No. We'll take the recommendation on page 221 to receive that report. Can I have somebody move that? Thank you, Councillor Johns. Seconded, Councillor Chase. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you. And again, Ellie, 9.10, request for information under the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is just an information that we provide each month, giving the stats for the past period since our last report on official requests for information that we've received.
Thank you. Councillor Wards.
Just a quick one through you, Mayor Tracy. Ellie, I noticed in 4.14, have we got a new multiple requester now?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
There's no further questions. The recommendation is on page 225. Can I have somebody move that? Thank you, Councillor Sutherland. Seconded, Councillor Gilmore. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. All right. We'll just go into portfolio reports. Can I just check in if there's anyone that wishes to make anything? And then I was just going to see Councillor Wards if you wanted to report on the health. That would be great. Thank you. Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Your Worship, and hopefully we get a bit of an update on the LGNZ conference as well. But I just wanted to publicly acknowledge positively Woodville for the work that they've put in prettying up the town, putting in some pretty incredible hanging baskets, being quite innovative with how they've done that with artificial flowers, and but that shows what can be done in a community with volunteer effort. So the chair of that committee, Joy, spent countless hours putting those together instead of paying for them, but it's made a real difference and certainly helped with the buzz of the town. And then following on from that, the flags that have gone up within Woodville, I understand Dannyburg will be getting some soon, but they look absolutely incredible, all designed in-house. So just, the vibe and the discussion from people in town has been incredibly positive. So I wanted to pay tribute to Positively Woodville for that.
Thank you, Councillor Gilmore and Councillor Johns. The comment that I would make, and it's great because they've talked about those projects as they've been building up in the community, but that is the cost effectiveness of what they've carried out. But it's not just down the main street. What they've got planned at very low cost but high engagement, high interaction in Fountain Square is really exciting. And I think when you have a look, if I look at a town like Bulls, now Bulls didn't happen overnight, but actually everything around that town is themed. And when I look at just what's rolling out in Woodville and the vibrancy, it has the ability to be the sunflower capital of of New Zealand, and I think it's really exciting and something very beautiful. So I totally commend them. It just makes you smile when you drive into town, but you're still smiling when you come off the road. So it's great. So well done, and certainly I look forward to being able to say that to them in person, but certainly take that back. Councillor Wards, did you want to talk about Rural Fest?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I had the privilege on behalf of Tararua District Council, who is a member of Hauora Tai Whenua, which is the Rural Health Network. Every year they hold what they call a Rural Fest, which is a call to action in Parliament, basically. So we spent some time together prior to the members of Parliament coming in to spend time with us. We focused on 4 or 5 key points that we wanted to discuss and get an update from our members of Parliament. So in the first round we had Ministers Ducey, Patterson, we had David Seymour, we had Barbara Kuriger, we had Simeon Brown. And they provided us with the Coalition's approach to how they thought where they were doing as a scorecard in health. We clarified a few things with them and pointed out that perhaps it wasn't looking as rosy as they thought it might be. They were talking about some of their initiatives about fast-tracking international disciplines, their interest in having AI support for CT scanning in rural areas. They acknowledge the ambulance services are broken, but they believe that rural IT and rural proofing at a funding decision level needed to perhaps be upped a little bit. But so they were willing to listen to us. The key areas that we wanted to update them on was around the workforce issues, and it was not long after that they made the announcement about Waikato having its new medical school built. We talked about rural proofing and the need to make sure that when decisions were being made at a contractual level that it was acknowledged that it's always harder and a lot more expensive to deliver services in a rural setting than it is in an urban one. We talked about equitable access to diagnostics. National travel assistance was brought up. They've recognised that it's a little bit too complicated, and if we are to enhance access for rural people, then we have to find another way of subsidising or supporting them to access services out of town. So a couple of key points I'll just, from the Coalition, they indicated, Simeon Brown said they've had a 52% increase in funding in hospitals and only a 41% increase in primary and community health care, and they acknowledge that that curve needs to change if they're going to make any progress in addressing some of the inequities in our health system. Aisha, used to be the Minister of Health and Labour, Verrill, she also did a presentation to us, and their priorities are still jobs, health and homes. They acknowledge that there's a lot of work needed in workforce issues, and they had some schemes to come up with around how to get more people into rural-based health pathways. So in summary, it was an excellent opportunity to be in the room with these power brokers. There was 2 of us from the Tararua, so we were represented very well. So I just want to acknowledge the support that I've had from you, Mayor Tracy, and the value in being, I was the only local government representative. Made the point that it's unfortunate that LGNZ was going at the same time, and reinforced with the room that even though, they announced the wellbeings were out, that rural communities could not divest themselves of the responsibility in ensuring that the wellbeing needs of our communities are met. So thank you for the opportunity. Happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Councillor Wards, and also acknowledge, it was your turn to go to Local Government New Zealand Conference, and I thank you very much for the sacrifice and being in that important room, because every time we do meet with these ministers, we are seeing change, and health is the number one there. Last year at Rural Fest, actually there was a noticeable drop in ministers and decision makers that both presented but also listened. So to hear that lineup is great, and to hear that rural proofing back is music to my ears. So thank you very much for that. There's a lot of positive things. Councillor Long, you've got a question.
Through you, Mayor Tracy. Thank you very much for that report, Councillor Wards. I'm not going to go with the rural doctors or nurses increasing numbers. Did they have any discussion re mental health? Thank you.
Mr Ducey was in the room, and he's the minister responsible for mental health. They kind of captured that, Councillor Mike, under the interdisciplinary issues workforce-wise in the rural areas. There was some debate around pulling police out of dealing with mental health incidents, and recognising that they need to make sure there are other scopes of practice in there supporting that kind of work. So it was an all-encompassing discussion.
I think it's great to see Minister Ducey there, because we attended that workshop in the Hora Whenua, and I understand the findings and the completeness of those workshops out in the community with Minister Ducey will be available in October, November, and lead to some significant changes. Did he talk about that?
He did.
Councillor Wards?
He was getting the heat put on him. The further south he went, those hui's had a lot more attendance. So it's giving us an opportunity as a rural network to make sure that the message is repeated all the way around the country. So he's feeling the heat.
Fantastic stuff. Councillor Chase.
Through you, Mayor Tracy, I was very privileged to go down to the LGNZ Super Conference along with Councillor Wallace, Mayor Tracy and Brian. I actually really enjoyed it, especially the Tamaruata hui that I had on the first day with all the other Māori councillors, mayors, those that work in governance, iwi partners that are working with their councils, and that actually filled my cup and probably encouraged me more to restand again. I'll be honest, I sat with who did I sit with? I sat with the Te Aroha lot, and with one of the longest standing councillors, Trevor Maxwell from Rotorua, and he was very mana enhancing and talked about all his experience being on council as well. One thing that I did take away from the conference was the women's breakfast with Tracy Martin. She was very good, and it was really good to see that we brought that paper to the table today about the allowance with home security. She talked about the widespread abuse and bullying that is happening in the political arena, not just in the local but central and within council. That a lot of the women also spoke about being a woman, being Māori, at the table. They aren't well respected and being bullied. She talked about that we needed to keep our purpose pure and just be pono to what it is that and the reasons why we are here. She also told us to never ever step back, stand and face them. That was something that I really took away. Oh, the other thing that I really took away was that she said that there was some audio that from Winston Peters that will not be released until he has passed away. And she did admit that they were colleagues, they were not friends, they were colleagues. And she said she also made mention that you needed to understand that that we are colleagues, we have our lives, but we are not friends. So she was really quite empowering and really good to listen to that morning. I also did hear throughout the whole conference about hearing a lot about partnership with iwi and Māori to be, and the work that they have done, and that there needs to be a bit more of that. And just because you tried once, twice, did you try it the same way to build those relationships with Māori and iwi or ringanga? And maybe we need to start looking at the way we are trying to communicate and just continue to work on those. Because once you've built those relationships and they are successful, some great joint ventures come out of them. And we need to remember that they are not going away, that they will be here, and they are also have good intentions for where we live, and they are well invested in where we live, so they will be more than happy to work with us. And it came from a lot of the councils, it did come that it's better to work with them than trying to work around them, because it ends up costing you more money. But they also have some expert knowledge, but not only just them, but thinking about other community groups again, who have been here for years, like farmers who have all those menus, you know, family history with updating their farming history, and there'd be years of it. So be able to talk to them and building those relationships too. It's about collaboration, not just council going off trying to do things on their own. That when you work with partnership with iwi, with communities, there's always success. So that's something that I took away from that as well. The reforms, the updates on the reforms, oh my God. That was interesting. There was a lot of side monies, but there were some very good questions from the audience to our MPs, which they really didn't answer, to be honest. They pretty much just said that will be coming. But something that I was quite surprised was with the Deputy Prime Minister and how he spoke. I have to be honest, he spoke very well. I still don't like him, but he did actually say to all of us that he understands how hard it is and why our rates are going up. So it would have been really nice if instead of just telling us, because we already know, but to go out there and tell that to the public. And that was something that was, we all tried to ask for him to do, but he wasn't giving an answer whatsoever. The other interesting thing was, I think it was a taxpayers union. They parked up their truck right outside the conference room, and it had all the mayors on it and all their rates and how much they had gone up. And I identified many of the mayors that were at the conference, and it stayed there for the next 2 days. And he came in and talked to everyone who wanted to listen. So that was very interesting. But building those relationships with many of the councillors and hearing of their struggles within their own councils and their relationships that they do actually have with their iwi partners in their regions was quite inspiring to hear that they do actually work. And that I hope that we can do that here. Yes.
Kia ora, Naima. Councillor Wallace, would you like to share some reflections from LGNZ?
Yes, no, it was, again, I'd like to thank for being the honour to go down to the conference. It was an amazing conference, actually. All the speakers in their own right were very well chosen. Just leading on from what Naima was saying, yeah, the Deputy Prime Minister, he spoke well. He walked onto that stage and he captured them, and he spoke so well about where we're all in this boat together, and we're all feeling it. And as he says, you know, to focus on the roads, the rats, the rubbish, and the rates. You know, and he just, and that's the same that went across every lecture we went to. There was information that you could take, and it's trying to get unity across the whole nation going forward, because it's going to listen to everyone. Don't be divisive, be inclusive And I personally found, I actually ended up on the TV, on the Otago Daily Times with the deputy. Yeah, so we're flying the flag down there, and the Mayor of Gore was beside me. But no, the whole experience down there, I thought local government NZ put together a very rewarding, knowledgeable, and whatever happens in the future, and whoever's sitting around this table, I highly recommend them, if they get chosen by the leader, or the mayor, I should say, to go. It's a golden opportunity. And as Naomi said, Rotorua is being held in next year, and we all sung, didn't we? We all sung, yeah, we all sung pretty good actually. Pokiri Kiriana, and yeah, so we had a very good time. We had a very learned time. The days were early. The breakfasts were like our first meetings at 7:30, yeah, and we worked through. So yeah, with that, I would just say thank you very much for letting me go this time, and I think our country's in a good position if we can all just get together and have one focus in mind, the betterment of our country. We will go places.
Thanks, Councillor Wallace, and I'll acknowledge for all of us, we actually worked, literally there was 2 mornings, we were at breakfast at 7, we worked very, very hard and made a lot of networks, but the conference itself was well organised, good information. The breakout sessions, you actually had to pick which ones you were going to, and there were some fantastic sessions there. I have got some, they were going to share all of these, but I did photograph the screens of one session that I was at, which was 10 questions that you needed to ask. Now, all of us went to that session. It was a fantastic session, so I look forward to sharing that with you. There was a lot of talk around the rates cap and some of the differences, and I'm sure we'll have some more conversations around that. While there's an affordability challenge within the country, the rates cap, they're talking about actually defining what are core services. We hear a lot about nice to haves, but actually when you're talking about capping core services, there's some risk there. Listening to Minister Bishop, I think, was when the panic alarm went for me around the district plan. So whilst I'm listening to the Minister in one hand, I'm texting the Chief Executive in the other saying, please double check this, because what I'm hearing was the end of the district plan. So that was, sitting there live, knowing all of the work that we had been carried out was just at risk. So it was a very, very good conference. I'll get those out to councillors. Are there any other portfolio reports? No. And I guess the last one I've got, I guess, under mayoral matters, Councillor Johns, I'll get that letter underway to the Minister. But actually just to acknowledge Brian's last meeting. This is his official last meeting of the Tararua District Council. What you would have heard, from the recovery team, and when I think about a chief executive, Brian got the tail end of COVID, he's been here through lockdowns and been a safe pair of hands through that, the last stages of that pandemic, and also, dealt with the economy, but also Cyclone Gabrielle. And I think a lot of what we talk about of that collaboration, of being in the room, that good advice that we were getting, you've got a lot to be very, very proud, and we are very grateful for your assistance through those most trying times. But actually the strategies that you've left us with stand us in good stead going forward. You've been there for some incredible highlights within the district and seeing that road open. You've also travelled that Saddle Road and been able to report how difficult that is. So while you're here, your presence with us, you've done a powerhouse for this district and for this council, and you've done it with great passion. I know you're very well respected by the team here, but also the staff that work at council. So I thank you very, very much, and also regionally within the waters and the civil defence and all of those people speak very, very highly of you. So I think I thank him very much, but I cannot compete with the title of King Island. So we wish you all the best, and thank you, Brian. Right. You're welcome to respond. Should I be nervous?
No, no one needs to be nervous, and I really appreciate that, Mayor Tracy. And I think when I put my notice in 3 months ago, I thought, geez, that's a long time before I be leaving, and it's just gone like that. So, no, look, and you're right. So 2020, obviously, I started, and COVID was a thing. I think we were out of lockdown, the first lockdown, but then obviously got locked down again and through to 21. And I remember coming here saying, look, we want to have a real good community focus here. Our infrastructure's pretty strong. We're all right in that space, and pretty quickly realised that wasn't the case. And it did allow us, though, to step back and start planning for the future. And you might have heard me say this a couple of times, though, the real success of a council is not measured at the time. It's in 5 or 10 or 20 years' time, where the decisions that you make today will impact the future generations. And I think overall, as a council, you've got it right. And I think that's a reflection on the quality advice that you have got from staff. But if you look at the planning, as well as your own, Scott, you put me off halfway through that with your laughing. It is a reflection on that, but not solely, but also the reflection on the questions and the direction that you've provided. I should cover that off as well. But I do think that the district is set. We're not there yet. There's still a lot of work to be done, but I think it is in a good space. The staff that we have there are outstanding. We've got some really good up-and-comers within the organisation, and a few old heads like Peter Wims that carries a lot of knowledge. So I think we've got that balance quite well. Thank you, Mayor Tracy. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for all the councillors, and I have shared this with other CEs throughout the country. Really, is that I'm quite lucky with the council that I have to work with. You made my life easier, but I'm certainly looking forward to the 1 minute travel times to work as opposed to 45 or 50. So I do wish you all the best for whatever the future holds for all of you. You're all invited to visit on King Island, and I mean that. So come along and visit, and I hope to see you all on Friday. Thank you.
Thanks, Lauren. Right, councillors, moving into items not on the agenda. I've just got the motion here. Yeah. Right. For item 13, that the public be excluded from the following parts of the proceedings of this meeting, namely the confirmation of minutes, the executive search evaluation, the approval of loan agreement, repayment and advance of the Pukaha Mount Bruce Board loan to Tūmara Investments Limited Partnership. The general subject of each matter to be considered while the public is excluded, the reason for passing this resolution in relation to each matter, and specific grounds under section 48(1) of the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act 1987 for passing of this resolution is as the confirmation of minutes to protect commercial and industrial negotiations, the executive search and evaluation to protect commercial and industrial negotiations, and the approval of loan agreement, repayment and re-advance of Pukaha Mount Bruce Board loan to Tūmara Investments Limited is for the reason for passing the resolution is to protect commercial and industrial negotiations. And there are some other bits in this section there, but could I have somebody move that we go into public excluded? Moved Councillor Johns. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Sutherland. Right. Thank you. I'll just give you a moment to... all those in favour, please say aye. Against? Councillor Gilmore's against. We'll record that, and Councillor Wallace is against. We'll record those. Thank you. Right. Thank you, councillors, for that. Councillors, can I just get a motion to move the decision from public excluded regarding the item on Pukaha Mount Bruce into public? Yep, moved by councillors. Okay, that's cool. Right, that's cool. It'll automatically transfer through. Thank you, councillor Sutherland. Okay, that concludes today's council meeting, councillors. I know that has been a long one, but some good conversations, and certainly lots happening. So I thank you very much for the work in reading all those papers and the decisions that we've got going ahead. So I'll just close us with our whakataaki. Let the winds of the Ruahine and Tararua give you strength. Let the waters of the Manawatu nourish you. For we are the pounamu of Te Tāpiri Nui o Whātonga. Kia ora.